Good evening, and welcome to the April 21st, 2026 City Council regular hybrid meeting. I'm Mayor Dave Rosenbaum. Tonight's hybrid City Council meeting is being brought to you in person and by Zoom. We're also broadcasting on the city's YouTube channel and MITV Channel 21. Welcome to all, and thank you for joining us today. Council members, please have your microphones turned on for the roll call. City Clerk Andrea Larson, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Andral. Here. Councilmember Shea. Here. Councilmember Reynolds.
Here.
Councilmember Weichert. Here. Councilmember Weinberg.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Becker.
Here.
And Mayor Rosenbaum.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. There's a quorum present, and everyone is here in person. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Council, if you joined us in City Council, chambers, which everyone has, please stand and face the flag. Please join us in saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we now move to the approval of today's agenda. If there are no questions, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion by Councilmember Andral and second by Councilmember Weinberg. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Weichert. Aye. Councilmember Shea.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Becker.
Aye.
Councilmember Andral. Aye. And Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The motion passes and the agenda is approved. Next on the agenda, we have the City Manager's Report, and welcome City Manager Jesse Bond.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I will ask Casey to, why do we have an echo? All right, I do not have a screen share. Allie, would you? Oh, there we go. All right, sorry for that delay. Here we go. It's Tuesday, April 21st. Quick look at, oh my goodness. All right, there we go. Zoom's giving me all sorts of pop-ups here. Quick look at our meeting calendar. Your next meeting is Tuesday, May 5th. Council, you'll note as I show you these slides, we are anticipating a number of successive Planning Commission meetings coming up. That's related to your work on the Growth Management Hearing Board order. So I've put those on the screen here. The next Parks and Recreation Commission meeting is May 7th, although I'm hearing that might be canceled. And then the Utility Board will also be meeting on May 12th. All of our meetings are posted to the website, and it's at the link in the bottom of the slide there. Okay, I have a couple updates for you, kind of in a couple different directions. First is a reminder that our annual recruitment for board and commission seats is open. It is open through May 8th. We have quite a number of seats to fill, 3 on the Arts Council, 2 on the Open Space Trust, 2 on the Parks and Rec Commission, and 2 on the Utility Board. I don't have the rosters in front of me, but I know the Parks and Rec Commission has 2 folks leaving that have are term limited. So we're hoping to attract a lot of qualified candidates. If you could help put the word out to folks you know in the community, that would be much appreciated. We are anticipating coming to you on May 19th to make those appointments, and then they would start their positions June 1st. Andrew will be using the weekly email to keep you posted on how the recruitment's going. All right, switching gears here, a capital project update. This is the 80th Avenue Southeast Improvement Project, where we've done a pretty considerable amount of work replacing sidewalk trees and lighting. This is on the east side of 80th. You might recall it had a sidewalk that was not in good shape. So last week we excavated for handrail foundations. We're doing some final work this week, and we are getting close to the finish line. Just a reminder, we started working on this capital project in the spring of 2024. So almost done. We might even go cut a ribbon when we're done. This was a pretty major project. Nice job to the capital project team. Speaking of improvements, this is called the 2024 Water System Improvement Project, but it's actually much bigger than that. It replaces over 6,000 linear feet of undersized and aging cast iron water mains. You know, we've been working on this for quite a while. This project began in 2024 with contractor work starting in 2025. I just wanted to let you know that last week the contractor completed asphalt grinding and began paving overlays on Holly Lane to West Mercer Way and Southeast 42nd Street to Boulevard Place. So this project is looking like it will be done in July. So lots of really important projects nearing the finish line. We just wanted to give you an update. Next project. All right, different update here. This is operational. We have had some pretty incredible storms over the last 12 months, and one of the things we get to deal with in partnership with others is helping remove all the debris from Lake Washington that is turning up on Mercer Island shorelines. Thankfully, we have a partner in doing this work. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has partnered with us, which is significantly accelerating the cleanup efforts and also reducing our costs. Approximately 50% of Mercer Island and partner shorelines have been cleared. Remember, because we provide marine patrol services to other cities, we are also taking care of those shorelines. Unfortunately, we have had some rain events, so the Cedar River rising its banks is creating some additional river debris flow into Lake Washington. But what's been good, there's a lot of awareness of this problem, so there's been some work done now to stop those big logs and stumps from entering Lake Washington. We may be getting some funding reimbursed from the federal government for this work. I don't want to count our chickens before they hatch, but there was some good news on that front recently. So I really just wanted to show this slide to make sure you're aware of this other part of our job. This has become a pretty big cost and problem for us, so we're probably also going to have to talk to our partners that we provide marine patrol services for and make sure we're all contributing to the expense. All right, next slide, please. We do have an event this Saturday. This is our annual Drug Take Back Day in partnership with the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA. We will be at, I didn't do anything. Okay. We will be at City Hall, former City Hall loading dock on Saturday from 10 to 2. Our police will be there to collect unwanted and expired medications, tablets, capsules, patches, and other solid forms of prescription drugs. These have been really successful events when we've hosted them, so we are continuing to do that. I want to say thank you to the police department for making sure, even without functioning City Hall, that we can still offer this program. All right. And one more event, just to put on your radar. This is a community baby shower. I think this is the second time we've done this. Recreation staff are partnering with Nancy Stewart, who's been a good friend to the city for many years, and our Parks and Recreation Department for a community-wide baby shower for expected parents. So Saturday, May 3rd from 1 to 3 here at the Community Center. Just an opportunity to support families that are expecting a little one, and gift bags, refreshments, prizes, all sorts of fun things. So we wanted to make sure you knew about that program, and thank Nancy Stewart for her great partnership. Some good news. Hey, it's spring, although the clouds rolled in today. The Parks and Rec team wanted me to let you know that the pea patch is open, and we welcomed 9 new gardeners, which is really exciting because we have a very long wait list. So every year we get somebody new into the pea patch. That is great for them. So we are at full capacity now with 65 community members gardening in our pea patch, which is just up the hill from where we're sitting right now at our meeting tonight. And we encourage you to take a moment and go visit the gardeners. And I think that might be my last slide for tonight. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next item of business appearances is the opportunity for anyone to speak to the city council on any item, except items requiring a public hearing or any quasi-judicial matters or campaign-related matters. City Clerk, is there anyone who has signed up for appearances that wishes to address the council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Tonight's agenda will include in-person public appearances or remote public appearances via Zoom. Individuals wishing to address the council may do so in person or via Zoom, provided they register with the city clerk by 4 p.m. today. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be called by name. Remarks must be addressed to the council as a whole and not to individual council or staff members. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous, threatening, or personally abusive while addressing the city council may be requested to leave the meeting. Please speak audibly and state your name and city of residence for the record. There will be a timer on the screen. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. When your time is ended, your microphone and video will be turned off. I'll thank you for your comments and move to the next speaker or item of business. Staff, please promote the first speaker.
Our first speaker tonight is Addie Smith.
Hello, my name is Addie Smith. Today is April 21st, 2026. I'm speaking before the Mercer Island City Council. For the past 7 years, members of this city council, including former mayors Celine Neese and Benson Wong, have knowingly and willfully suppressed hate crimes that happened to my daughter and I. These members have willfully allowed their police officers to go unpunished for refusing to write police reports for hate crimes that happened to my daughter and I. These members have willfully allowed their police officers to submit fraudulent police reports alleging crimes committed when actually I was defending myself in repeated hate crime attacks. These city council members violated their own terms stipulated in building contracts for apartment communities built on the island. These city council members allowed Judge Jeff Gregory to commit perjury while sitting on the bench. These city council members have allowed their prosecutor to wrongfully and with malice prosecute me for defending myself in hate crimes. For the past 7 years, these city council members have ruined my employment opportunities, business opportunities, and opportunities to improve my life and my family's life. These city council members have intentionally ruined home ownership opportunities and career opportunities. They've sat quietly and done nothing. They've written fake proclamations. I've actually watched a video of me defending myself in one of the hate crime attacks. Surprise, surprise, the video doesn't start from the beginning. The video conveniently starts when I am defending myself from someone who had a gun. I also listened to the police officer's dash cam video, wherein one police officer can be heard asking, "Who do we arrest?" 3 of the police officers who were party to arresting me were also the same officers who refused to write police reports. One of the police officers jokingly asked me if I wanted to go to the hospital or straight to jail because I was under arrest. The white woman with a gun who had repeatedly stalked my daughter and I, whom had repeatedly attacked and threatened me, was being coddled and held and spoken to gently by the Mercer Island police. The white woman with the gun who had just attacked me and then created tears to tell 911, quote unquote, she used to be the manager here, but they won't get rid of her. So she helped them, quote unquote, get rid of me. I was the one with the career. I was the one responsible for the operations of the $100 million property. I was the one earning a salary. But because I refused to violate local, state, and federal law for a racist white woman, the city of Mercer Island had to teach me a lesson they're still trying to teach me about racism and hate. What I've learned is that the racists, the silent racists, are more deadly than the loud ones. The former police chief sent me an email in October, 2 months before I had to defend my life, saying, quote unquote, "I am hopeful things will settle down for you soon. It's been more than 7 years. Things."
Thank you.
Our next speaker tonight is Connor Hansen.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Connor Hansen. I'm with SRM Development. We're the owner of Tabit Village, but I'm here to speak on the AMIs that will be, I think, discussed further in your agenda today. I'm here to advocate for a higher AMI threshold for the performance or fee in lieu. I have a project in downtown Bellevue that was actually restricted to folks earning up to 100% of the area median income. I presented to the Mercer Island School District, or School Board, I should say, to let the teachers know about this opportunity. And a lot of them felt that that housing was a little too expensive and were more attracted to the 80% AMI housing range, whereas the 50% doesn't really capture a lot of the teachers that earn those salaries. So that is really the hardest type of housing to create. I would also suggest that what Bellevue and Seattle have done closer to that 80% AMI mark has been successful. Although with Seattle, you might be seeing in the news right now that even some of those performance requirements are inhibiting development, whereas in Bellevue things are moving ahead strong. So happy to sidebar with any of you at another time if you'd like to further discuss this, but just wanted to state that we're in favor of 80% AMI instead of 50%. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no further speakers this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Great. We will now move on to our next item of business, approval of the consent agenda. City Clerk, please put the consent agenda on the screen. Thank you. The consent agenda contains 7 items, which are available on the screen in the agenda packet for review. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved?
Second.
It's moved by Councilmember Weinberg and seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Any comments? Please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Weiger? Aye. Councilmember Shea?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Mayor Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Becker?
Aye.
Councilmember Andral?
Aye.
And Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. The motion passes. The City Council will now go into executive session for approximately 60 minutes to discuss with legal counsel pending or potential litigation pursuant to RCW 42.30.110.1.1I and to consider the selection of a site or the acquisition of real estate by lease or purchase. Public knowledge regarding such consideration would likely cause increased price pursuant to RCW 42.30.110.1B. The City Council will be in recess from 5:17 until 5:23. The City Council will convene the executive session at 5:23.
Mayor, Mayor Rosenbaum, that's the incorrect RCW.
Okay?
Give me 1 second here. Okay,
It's just,
this is an executive session.
it's just pending our potential
Yeah,
litigation.
to
Did you read that?
discuss pending or potential litigation pursuant to RCW 42.30.110.1I.
All right, let me start again. The City Council will now go into executive session for approximately 60 minutes to discuss with legal counsel pending or potential litigation pursuant to RCW 42.30.110.1I. The City Council will be in recess from 5:17 until 5:23. No, 5:18 until 5:23. The City Council will the City Council will convene the executive
The
session.
recess, you were correct. The recess will be for 5 minutes, and then the City Council will be in executive session from 5:23 until 6:23.
Exactly. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for your patience. City Council will continue in an executive session for an additional 30 minutes until 6:53 PM. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for your patience. City Council will continue in executive session for an additional 15 minutes until 7:08 PM. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for your patience. City Council adjourned the executive session at 7:08 PM and will be in recess until 7:13 PM. Thank you.
Thank you. The City Council was in executive session from 5:23 PM until 7:11 PM. Our first item of regular business is AB 6908, revised 2026 fee schedule adoption, resolution number 1693. Welcome, Managing Analyst Amelia Chaden.
There we go. Okay. Good evening, Council. Amelia Chaden, Management Analyst. I will be walking us through tonight's presentation on the revised 2026 fee schedule adoption. I will start with some background, then walk through the revisions to the fee schedule, including special event pricing for parking and the Parks and Recreation fees. I will finish us off with next steps. Starting with some short history, the fee schedule first came about in 2022. The fee schedule is a document that lists all of the city fees in one place, making it easier for the public to access. City Council adopted an ordinance in May 2025 that established that all parking fees would be set by resolution in the fee schedule. The fee schedule is adopted each fall for the following year, and as such, the 2026 fee schedule was adopted in November of last year. Briefly touching on a few parking locations, the town center parking area is available for all-day parking for a paid fee. This parking area is just north of town center and has seen an increase in usage since the opening of the Sound Transit light rail station. The Mercer Island Park and Ride has 447 stalls available for free for first come, first serve parking. Staff have conducted occupancy counts of the park and ride, most recently during the first week of this month, and the occupancy counts showed that the park and ride was fully occupied at noon, with the only spaces available being motorcycle or accessible parking spaces. The community center has 220 parking spaces. These spaces are usually only used by people or participants of the community center and city vehicles. However, during large events like Summer Celebration or Seafair Weekend, the community center sells special event parking passes to community members. Speaking of special events, staff have begun preparations for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. These preparations have included a review of existing policies for large regional events, which in this review, staff found that the city would benefit from establishing special event pricing for parking in the city's fee schedule. Special event pricing will allow staff to implement strategies that will take pressure off of the city's parking supply on match days during the World Cup. Switching gears ever so slightly and not wasting an opportunity to be efficient, staff are also using this agenda item to add a proposed change to the Parks and Recreation fees, which I will discuss later on in this presentation. Staff looked at pricing structures for regional events to create the proposal before you today. During large events, the parking garages around the Northgate Light Rail Station charge between $15 and $25, while near Climate Pledge, the average rate for event parking is around $32. I never thought I would bring up Taylor Swift during a council meeting, but during her 2023 concert, the reservable spots near Lumen Field, what will become Seattle Stadium during the FIFA World Cup, started at $65, with some locations charging more than $100 for a parking space. This brings us to the promised Parks and Recreation fees. Consistent with city policy, staff have worked to increase facility rentals to generate additional revenue and support other programming. Staff have seen strong results from promotions and seasonal specials at the community center and athletic fields. An example being the Winter Web Special, which gave a small discount to people booking online, effectively doubling the synthetic turf reservations compared to the prior year. To reiterate, Council, the proposed changes to the Parks and Recreation fees are meant to maximize facility use, access, and revenue potential. Resolution number 1693, presented before you tonight, includes the following staff recommendations. First, add pricing for special event parking. Second, set a maximum event parking rate of $100 at the town center parking area and the community center. And finally, amend the Parks and Recreation fees to allow fees to be reduced through promotional and seasonal reductions. Adding special event parking or special event pricing for parking will expand the city's parking supply during larger regional events this year and forthcoming. Staff have recommended setting a maximum fee rather than a static fee to adjust the pricing for parking based on demand and popularity. Finally, promotional and seasonal reductions for Parks and Recreation fees will help increase usage and revenue during the off-peak seasons. On screen, you can see the proposed changes to the parking fees for the town center parking area. A little bit harder than I thought it was going to be to see, but it's at the bottom in blue and underlined. And then here we can see the changes to the Parks and Recreation fees, first noting the addition of the promotional and seasonal fee reductions at the top, and then the special event parking for the community center at the bottom. Should Council approve Resolution number 1693, staff will post the revised fee schedule on the website, and the revised version will become effective May 1st. Staff will then use the pricing structure determined by council to determine the rates for upcoming regional events. To round out this conversation, staff will return in May to present an update on the city's planning for the FIFA World Cup. This update will be multifaceted and touch on communications, traffic and safety, as well as the parking management plan. Staff anticipate that as part of the parking management plan, the community center lot will be open to Mercer Island residents to park all day for free and also offer paid parking opportunities for non-residents. More information to come here in May. With that, I will turn it over to you for any questions, comments, concerns.
Councilmember Shea.
Yes, so for special events, how about events like the MIYFS Breakfast of Champions or the Chinese Association Lunar New Year events? Does that count as special events?
Thank you. Ryan Daly, Interim Parks, Recreation, and Facilities Director. We wouldn't be charging for events that are happening in this facility. So one of the bigger perks that we offer as an incentive for people to rent here or utilize this facility is that we have free parking currently. So that's not something we would anticipate. It would be events that are happening outside of this facility.
And just to add further, Robbie Cunningham Adams, management analyst. In the fee schedule, you'll see a little asterisk that says special events as determined by the city manager or designee. And so, you know, we would have the ability that we would determine which ones would kind of fit this category and would then we could choose to do special event parking. But as, you know, Ryan just said, those two examples would not fit under it likely.
Councilmember Weicker.
How do you imagine enforcement working
For FIFA World Cup,
for parking and special events? Like if we do half of this parking lot and then take, I don't know, Venmo or something or cash, like how's it gonna work?
do you want me to take it? Okay. For special event parking, it would likely be through some kind of permit basis, where as people are walking in, we would be verifying their, for World Cup and specifically, it would be verifying their residency, and then they would have like a hanger or a tag that they would be hanging up in their windshield or on their dash. So plan ahead. Not just driving up. Yeah, you would be able to verify residency or pay if you drive up, but it would still be better to plan ahead.
Got it, thanks.
That a little further, Wendy. Our police department's been pretty busy during World Cup match days, and you'll hear more during our May meeting. But the intent here is to have at this facility on match days, there's not going to be regular programming, so you can't rent a space on those days. And so we have a little bit of capacity with our Parks and Recs staff. Thanks, Ryan. So that team's going to be kind of running, bringing people in, taking payment with our existing software, kind of managing that, enforcing that. And that will hopefully help free up PD to have capacity where they'll be needed elsewhere, I imagine.
Nice, thank you.
And that'll be similar to summer celebration fireworks night, right?
Correct.
Ryan, what percentage of people are booking facility rentals and field rentals online versus, I'm assuming, phone?
Excellent question. So for facility rentals, for let's say athletic fields, it's getting pretty close to 50-50 between our reservation process where you submit the request you might have and then going online. That's drastically different than it was, 4 years ago. We were somewhere in the neighborhood, well, it was 100% of the users were coming through us or talking in person with somebody. So being able to utilize the online system, huge savings in staff time, or our ability to accommodate more users. I shouldn't say that we're seeing a savings in staff time because we're accommodating so many more users at this point.
Great, and that's all self-serve, I'm assuming?
Yes, yes.
Great. City Manager Ron.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to put kind of a big umbrella over this. Council, I'll remind you that the authority we have to set fees is derived by the fee schedule. And so you set the policy, like up to $100. We operationalize that and determine when we might need to deploy that. The World Cup is obviously here almost, and this kind of had us rushing to you to get this policy change made. But we will certainly evaluate when there will be other times due to the light rail opening that we might need to deploy or want to deploy paid parking. So we have an asset here. We think people, once they figure it out, will start parking here anyway. So we thank you for supporting this policy change. The other thing, and the attorney brought this up, is the discounts and deals that we offer on the short notice rentals to fill capacity. You have to give us that policy authority too, and we didn't have that clearly written here. So I think this is all really good business work that we're doing as a city. And I just want to thank the staff for getting this all together, but I wanted to give you that kind of high umbrella flyover. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Councilor O'Shea.
So just want to clarify, like for summer celebrations, it's outside of the community center, and if a resident want to park, do they have to pay?
At this point, the way we've been operating through the past is we do charge everybody the same amount to park at the community center. This facility goes offline during that weekend, so it is a way to recoup revenue from a loss during that weekend.
So a resident would pay the same amount as someone coming off the island?
Yes,
Okay, and that's what's been happening?
that's
over the
been
years.
current practice,
Okay.
yes.
And that helps to recoup the cost of summer celebration too, correct?
Yes, it's about $6,000 for that weekend.
Okay, Councilor O'Shea, is that an old hand? Okay, any other questions? If not, please call the roll.
Was there a motion made?
Oh, sorry. Council, is there a motion to approve resolution number 1693 adopting the revised 2026 fee schedule effective May 1st, 2026?
So moved.
Second. It was moved by Councilmember Anderell and seconded by Deputy Mayor Becker. So the clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Shea.
Aye?
Councilmember Anderell. Aye. Councilmember Weiger.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
And Deputy Mayor Becker.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0. Do we need a minute here just to?
It's going down there.
Thank you. Okay, next item of business is AB 6909, GMA Compliance Policy Direction on Development Code Amendments. We welcome CPD Director Jeff Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. For the record, Jeff Thomas with CPD. Joining me is Adam Zach to my left and Allison Van Gorp, to my left. We've got two items for you tonight. This is the first of two. Adam's going to walk you through a short presentation that summarizes Agenda Bill 6909. And we are looking for a few points of direction from the Council tonight so we can continue to work on GMA compliance efforts. With that, Adam, go ahead.
Great, thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Let me share my screen. Okay, so Agenda Bill 6909 covers some policy direction on development code amendments as part of our GMA compliance effort and comprehensive plan update. We're here tonight to get your direction on three policy questions. What rate and affordability level should be required by proposed inclusionary zoning? I mean, that's covered in a policy brief in Exhibit 1 of the agenda bill. The second question is, should adult entertainment and warehousing be allowed land uses within the new TC8 sub-area? And that's covered in a policy brief in Exhibit 2 of the agenda bill. And then the third question is, should the town center design standards that affect floor area ratio be reviewed during Phase 1 or Phase 2 of the station sub-area plan? And that's in Exhibit 3. All three of these points of direction will help guide our efforts to prepare development code amendments that we'll be bringing back, or bringing forward for consideration during the comprehensive plan update to comply with the hearings board decision in the GMA. The first of those issues is the inclusionary zoning. This is a type of zoning that establishes a mandatory percentage of affordable units in new developments. And there's two key variables in inclusionary zoning: the percent of units required and the affordability level at which they're required to be provided. And this is one of the pieces that's needed to demonstrate our compliance with the hearings board order and be making those adequate provisions that we're required to make. The inclusionary zoning relates to the fee in lieu program that we've talked about in the past. Essentially, the market does not produce units at that 0 to 30% AMI range. So combining this inclusionary zoning and the fee in lieu program could help close some of that 0 to 30% unit gap that we've identified, and provide some of the funding for those more affordable units. And we found in our study of this issue that requiring 10% of units to be affordable can help improve project feasibility, which in turn can help kind of produce those 0 to 30% or help fund those 0 to 30% AMI units because of that relationship between inclusionary zoning and fee in lieu program. There are two alternatives that are presented in the policy brief with the agenda bill. Alternative A would set the inclusionary zoning requirement at 10% of units at 50% of the AMI. That policy brief also considered alternative B, which would set the requirement at 15% of the units at 50% AMI. And the staff recommendation is alternative A, which would set that 10% requirement because it helps support the project feasibility and would further some of our housing goals and really connect with that fee in lieu outcomes. And those a more in-depth discussion of that is really provided in the policy brief. Let's see here. I think I actually covered most of this slide. So that's that's the inclusionary zoning policy question. We'll return to that kind of here at the end. We have 3 recommended motions in the agenda bill. Any questions on the inclusionary requirement before I keep moving?
Councilmember Reynolds.
I just thought of something for the first time while sitting here. One of our big troubles is getting housing built at the 30 to 50% line. We think this policy will help a lot with 50 to 80 from what I understand. What would stop us, if anything, from drawing a line and saying 10% affordable at 49 rather than 50? It seems like it would only affect the builders the smallest possible amount, a tiny, tiny amount, especially if we made it 49.9. But then whatever they did build would come into the 30 to 50% range, right, rather than the 50 to 80. So wouldn't that work to our advantage with relatively little cost to the builder?
What's that?
Isn't the line is already drawn above 50%, so this is already in that 30 to 50% bucket.
Oh, okay, so because it's greater than 50 to 80. Okay.
Correct, yes.
Okay, I missed that. Thank you. So you did the smart thing. Well done. And shouldn't be surprised.
I think it was done for us, but we'll take the credit. So.
Okay.
Councilmember Weinberg.
So the proposal here that it be 10% of units to 50% AMI, is it for all of the proposed zones in town center? And is all of town center currently the numbers that we're calculating is assuming an 8-story zone or height allowance in that zone?
So there's 2 questions there. So yes, it would apply in the town center and the area that would be increased to a maximum 6-story building height surrounding the town center, those multifamily zones adjacent to. So this inclusionary zoning requirement would be all of that area getting upzoned.
Okay. I have a follow-up question unless there are others that wanted to
go ahead.
have a question. So the town center on the south side is adjacent to a neighborhood that has a 30-foot maximum height. Is that correct? And so this would essentially have an 8-story block that is then adjacent to one that is only 2 stories or 30 feet in height, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and then the other sides of town center is where that phase 2 area is, and that's the area that we're thinking currently would be in the 6-story range, but that's kind of to be discussed in phase 2, right?
Right, so the entire phase 2 area, the exact, like, what will be allowed in there is gonna be a discussion at
Got
a
it.
later date, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
All right, we'll keep rolling.
Okay.
So the next issue that we wanted to look at with you are the zoning amendments. And we need some direction on the allowed uses in the town center. So back in, earlier in this process, we received direction to increase the building height to a maximum of 8 stories in the town center and 6 stories in the surrounding multifamily zones. And what that would do is essentially transition the town center from what are 6 sub-areas to essentially 2, a TC8 and a TCMF6. And in order to do that, we need to resolve the land use tables that basically define what land uses are allowed in those sub-areas. In general, it's fairly simple to consolidate these down, but there were 2 uses that were allowed in some sub-areas and prohibited in others. And those 2 uses are adult entertainment and warehousing. And so we need direction from the council on whether those should generally be allowed or prohibited in the resulting TC8 and TCMF6 sub-areas. Did you want to?
I'll go ahead and finish.
Okay. So there were two alternatives presented in the agenda bill. Alternative A would allow adult entertainment and warehousing by a conditional use permit in the TC8 sub-area. Alternative B would prohibit adult entertainment and warehousing in the TC8 sub-area. I would put an asterisk on there. We need to do some additional analysis about limiting adult entertainment as a use, whether or not we can prohibit it entirely. So there will be some additional analysis that comes with that if we get your direction that way. The staff recommendation is alternative B, and that can help resolve some of the compatibility between the residential uses that we're planning for TC8 and TCMF6 and the uses considered here, warehousing and adult entertainment. Cover it?
Yeah, so that's a little bit different what Adam just said from what was presented in your agenda bill as the conversation has continued with our city attorney's office here in the days since the packet went out. The punchline is we are gonna have to find a home somewhere for adult entertainment, likely by CUP like it's permitted now, but it doesn't have to be the entire town center TC8. It can be some sort of subset, which is what Adam referred to that we're gonna work on. So we're gonna work on that and we'll be back to you with more information here in short order.
Can you explain a little bit more why do we have to find
First Amendment issues. Yeah.
Okay, Councilman Reynolds.
What can you tell me about current use? I'm assuming there's no adult entertainment in town center. Is there any warehousing?
There is not a pure self-storage or warehousing use there.
Okay. Now, we do have some of that at the south end business district, but that's completely unaffected by this, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, we'll keep rolling. We're very efficient tonight. The next issue we need council direction on are the design standards. There are 3 design standards currently in our code that can reduce the achievable floor area ratio, or FAR. Floor area ratio is going to be particularly important as we start to look at phase 2 of the station sub-area plan in the future. These three standards, the average daylight plane, the major site features, and major facade modulation, all three of those affect how big buildings can be essentially in the town center. And at this juncture, we can, or you can decide whether to remove these three standards during phase one and kind of get them, take them off the books now, or we can review them during phase two and review them for their effects on the overall FAR that can be achieved and how we might want to modulate FAR throughout the whole station area, that larger station area in the phase two. Again, the average daylight plane is essentially an upper story step back. So as buildings get taller in town center, they're also required to step further back on the upper stories of the building, creating essentially like a terraced approach to those upper stories. The major site features requires either a through block connection or a public open space in major new construction in the town center. And then major facade modulation requires the building articulation, so stepping forward and stepping back along the longer street frontages of large buildings. And as I mentioned, all three of these more or less reduce the total amount of floor area ratio possible in new construction. And thus, they will require some amount of study when we get to looking at floor area ratios in the station sub-area in the future. There were two, I mentioned there's two alternatives considered in the agenda bill. The first would be to just remove those. We could strike those during phase one now, or we can keep the standards now and then review them during phase two. And this will give us an opportunity to, as we're developing standards for the larger station area, we can take into account how floor area ratio might be averaged throughout the station area. And so our recommendation is alternative B, to retain those standards for now and include a policy in the comp plan that we're going to evaluate these during phase two of the station sub-area.
Councilmember Reynolds, do you have questions?
I want to follow up on a question I asked in advance of the meeting, so I'm not sure I fully understood the answer. What I had initially been thinking was that in town center, this modulation issue doesn't really cause any problems because you're going to easily get to 3.5 if you allow an 8-story building. But I want to make sure, I think your answer is telling me that it does matter because this might allow us to not achieve, the effective FAR we get might be 5 or 6 now, even on an 8-story building because of this rule, which means outside of town center, we'll have to allow more height in order to get to the 3.5 overall. Is that the issue?
It could, yeah. So during phase two, we'll need to look at some alternatives of how you can achieve an average FAR throughout the entire station area. And so if we have regulations that limit FAR in the town center, that might then require us to go include larger FARs outside of the town center.
And this daylight planing, as an example, you're not going to get a FAR of 8. It would be impossible.
Right.
It's going to be something lower.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, keep going.
Great. Well, that pretty much concludes it. There are 3 motions included in the agenda bill. I can leave them up on the screen here or, take any other questions.
Okay, Councilmember Weinberg.
I don't have a question, but I have a motion when you're ready.
Okay, let's see. Does anybody have any questions before we move on to our motion making? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I move to direct staff to set the inclusionary zoning requirements such that 50% AMI affordable units comprise at least 15% of units at the TC8 sub-area and at least 10% of the units in the other town center sub-areas when drafting code amendments to comply with the Growth Management Hearing Board order.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Weber, do you want to speak to your amendment?
Sure.
To your motion?
Yeah, sure. So the current proposal, which we're simplifying town center to have two sub-areas in the station area that have the 8 stories and the 6 stories, makes for a rather abrupt urban edge, especially on the south edge, but also on the other edges of the station area. And I was mentioning that earlier in my question about the maximum height in the neighboring neighborhoods is 30 feet, and which is a 6-story building is more than twice that, and an 8-story building is yet more. And so we should strive to have a more gradual height transition around the edges of the area, and having having the edge of the station area be lower, if we were to eventually do that, would significantly reduce the amount of overall affordable units. I'm suggesting that we increase the suggestion from 10% to 15% for the TC8 ones, so that we have to compensate for the eventual reduction by having a lower area around the edges. Does that make sense?
Councilmember Whitaker, is your hand up?
Can we see what he said in writing, or can you say it again so I can take note of it? It's 15%
Yes, I'll put it up.
TC8 and what in the next?
Yeah, so it's the one I sent to the council and the clerk last night, so we can bring that up on the screen.
10% the other. All right, so can I have a question?
Go for it.
Yeah, go for it.
So, Mr. Thomas, what would that do to all the planning and work that we've been working on for months to have two separate?
Yeah.
It feels complicated and confusing, not just for me, but for any developer or housing consortium, mission-based, to try to do this work.
This actually matches what Kirkland does.
Kirkland's not us.
I understand, but it's not confusing to them, so. Sorry, this is a question for Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm actually reading this for the first time. So, okay. So Councilmember Weinberg, essentially, you're asking to raise the inclusionary rate from 10 to 15 in TC8.
Correct.
And leave it at 10 in essentially the TC6 areas.
Yes.
Is the proposal. Okay. And can you, just for my education perhaps, just explain then, you mentioned though that will, what is the impact that you're drawing to the design standards that you mentioned?
The intent is to increase the total number of affordable units in the TC8 area, so that if we reduce height around the edges, that will net out at the same area that we're trying to accomplish in order to be compliant with the Growth Management Hearing Board order.
Okay. So we would still have, under your proposed motion, we would still have the TC8 area go right to the south end of the current town center boundary?
I would like to create enough additional affordable housing that we would have at least the capability to consider having a lower area that is between TC8 and that southern, or the neighborhood that's on the south property, or south boundary of it.
Okay. So Mayor, I think we have our consultants' community attributes are actually on the call, or on the Zoom call here. If we could have Elliot and Michaela promoted, that'd be great. There's Michaela. Michaela, were you able to hear Councilmember Weinberg's motion? It's there on the screen as well.
Yeah.
And perhaps you and Elliot could speak to the ramifications of maintaining, I guess, that 15% that currently exists, or raising it from the proposal of 10 to 15% in the TC8 sub-area, and just speak to the council about that and how that ties to the analysis that Community Attributes has done for the city on this matter.
Sure. I think Elliot might be better positioned to talk, because I think that the main question here is going to be, how does that change feasibility, and how does that result in actual on-site affordable housing performance compared to use of the in lieu fee program. I will say that 15% is at the sort of maximum end of what you can do based on the Nexus study. But it's within that range shown in the feasibility study, in the Nexus study. And I'll let Elliot weigh in on the feasibility side.
Well, we haven't done feasibility analysis specifically for that 15% set aside, by which I mean we have not run a pro forma model to look at how it changes the rate of return that could be expected on a given development project. What we have done is a comparative assessment with other jurisdictions in your market area. And I think that the likely effect of going to 15% as opposed to 10% is that you would increase the incentive for any developer interested in providing housing in Mercer Island to pay the fee in lieu as opposed to actually providing the affordable units on site. I think that 15%, as Michaela said, is at the upper end of what would be allowable based on the Nexus study. It's also relatively high in comparison to other jurisdictions in which similar rents can be achieved. And so from an economic standpoint, I think that most developers looking at such a requirement would run the numbers, see what makes sense from a financial feasibility perspective for their particular project, and at least directionally, increasing that set aside at 50% of AMI is going to make that fee in lieu comparatively more attractive.
So essentially, we'd not be building it, we'd be consolidating that for development elsewhere for that lower income bracket.
Well, I want to be clear, the development wouldn't necessarily be elsewhere. In order to maintain compliance, even those units that get paid for through the fee in lieu dollars would need to be located within Mercer Island. So they would hit a different income band because you'd be targeting the 0 to 30% of AMI with those fee in lieu dollars. But it would be critical from a compliance standpoint that those units still be located within city limits.
Mercer Island. Okay. Question, Dave?
We'll come back to you. Councilmember Shea, I believe, is next.
So initially, we were at 10% affordability, and then we increased that to 15%, and that was a comprehensive plan that got appealed. So now it seems like we're trying to go back to the 10%. And I think, the 15%, you're pushing that affordability requirement to some of the most stringent in the state, and in fact, making it more infeasible to build. And there are studies nationwide that at 20%, they basically call it the kill pill, like the project won't even get done. And I believe that that's one of the main reasons that our comprehensive plan was appealed, because we had increased that to 15%. So, is that your understanding of why you would go back to the 10%?
Well, so I think there's a variety of reasons that we won't get into here about our comprehensive plan status and the growth board order. The 10% recommendation was based on the analysis that was completed by Community Attributes. And I think Elliot just explained some of that there moments ago. We're trying to get a system that works cohesively together, right? Because this is a multi-pronged approach by trying to produce affordable units on the ground and also generate fee in lieu of to help support our other affordable housing needs that the market just won't produce on its own. So a blended approach, perhaps, is a good way of thinking of it.
Councilor Reynolds.
I'm still noodling on this, deciding how I feel, but what's making me lean towards supporting this is that the comment one of the consultants made, it makes the fee and lieu program much more attractive because it's the more housing unit, an extra 5% that you don't have to build. But to me, that suggests that we could charge more for the fee and lieu program than we otherwise would be able to, because it's, compared to the alternative, it's even more advantageous. And if we can charge more for that fee and lieu program, then we can do more to address the 0 to 30% band, which is what I would like to see. So I'm inclined to support this.
Is it possible to put up the map so we can take a look at this from a different angle? Councilmember Weicker, do you want to ask your question? Well,
Yeah, so Jeff, can you talk a little bit about how administratively cumbersome or easy this would be to do, to have two different sets of requirements for two different development types? Like, how would that work staff-wise and?
Operationally,
project-wise?
I'm not sure that's necessarily a problem. We've got two, under this motion, there's two clearly delineated areas, right? One would be a TC6, the other would be a TC8 of future zones. And one requirement applies to one area, one requirement applies to another area.
So if we had more fee in lieu to develop elsewhere, the implication is, where would that be done? If it's incentivizing more fee in lieu, how does that, what's the domino effect of that?
Well, the fee in lieu dollars generated can be used in a variety of ways, right?
Constellation, yeah.
So, I mean, it's really going to, the usage of fee and lieu dollars it's gonna have to be, I'm envisioning it at least, as being case by case or selective. It's gonna depend on different partners, different funding opportunities, and how different pieces come together at a certain site for the opportunity to utilize those dollars. So it's really going to, I don't think there's no set way on Mercer Island that these fees will only be used for X in cases. We could have, the first 3 or 4 opportunities out of the gate could all entirely be differently in terms of the proposal, how it's structured, where it's being funded from, who the partners are potentially going to be.
But if you had 10% on TC8, it's likely to get built. More likely to get built?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go back to Elliot and his comments. That was with the different variables, the way that CAI, our consultant, looked at them, we landed on the 10% at 50% AMI.
And you get it sooner, because it's done with the development, not putting a fee and lieu program to wait. Right.
I would add that's entirely possible, but another reason to consider the 10 instead of the 15, even if the 15 would generate marginally more fee and lieu dollars, or probabilistically make fee and lieu the more likely decision for an individual developer, is that you don't want to create a disincentive for folks to invest in Mercer Island altogether. And so if your requirements are dramatically out of step with the requirements seen throughout the region, again, where competitive rents can be achieved, other arch cities, for example, then there is a risk that you could be turning folks away from investing in Mercer Island altogether. And so I think the comparative analysis that Michaela led did look at those other jurisdictions and concluded that that 10% requirement was more in line with some of those other jurisdictions, such that it wouldn't be putting Mercer Island at a disadvantage from a competitive perspective for investment regionally.
Councilmember Weinberg, now we have the map up. Could you kind of take us through a little bit more what your vision is here?
Sure. So the red section in the middle is the area that is being proposed to be TC8. Is that correct? And the green, kind of the darker, or medium, I should say, green sections of the MF2s that are around it are the areas you guys were contemplating being the 6-story, right? So if we look at the southernmost boundary of this, where there's an R8.4 neighborhood, there's actually 2 of them with an R9.6 kind of noodle up in the middle there. That southern boundary would.
Sorry, my bad, I touched a screen.
But yeah, essentially that boundary would be going from 6 stories down to 2 stories. Essentially, there's 6 stories on one side of the street and 2 stories on the other side of the street. If there's any place where there is red touching purple, which I don't think there is, that would be 8-2. But it looks like there's 6-2 there, and then on the right boundary where meaning the east side of the easternmost MF2 zone, that's 6 stories, and then the pink area to the right of it is 2 stories. So that would be another kind of abrupt edge. And the same thing happens over on the west side, where the MF2 is up against a R9.6.
So in your vision would be to scale down from 6, or what is the?
To have something in between 6 and 2 at the edges. And I'm not proposing that we try to work out the details in a council meeting, but I'm trying to create more affordable housing option, or more numbers of affordable housing in the plans, so that we have the capability to have a ramp down at the edges.
Okay, so your amendment is to get in hopes of a step down in a future date.
Correct.
So I think it's worth just pointing out, just so everyone's understanding, on the east and west sides of the current town center area where those MF2 zones are, the lighter blue colors, maybe you can help me out with this, Adam. Those are going up the grade.
Yes.
To kind of the top of the bowl of sorts, or I guess on each side, right? On the south side of the town center, and it's hard to tell because our caption is kind of covering up that zoning at the south, the southern end of the town center. But just in looking at Adam's screen here, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4 R.84 parcels, it looks like, that would be directly adjacent to a future TC6 area. And then that rest of that southern part of the town center area, there's the park, which is zoned public institution, is that right?
It's park.
It's park now, this is an old map, but, so there's a park, there's the park that's buffering between the town center area, whether it's TC6 or TC8, and the R8.4, which is south of the park.
Okay, Councilmember Weicker. Old hand, okay. Councilmember Shea.
So I think I understand, Councilmember Weinberg, why you're proposing this 15%, but I'm just really worried about complying with this Growth Management Hearings Board, because we had it at 15% and they shot it down and saying it's too stringent. So the thing I'm most worried about is that they're going to come back and say, well, you guys have not changed this 15% back to the 10%. And if we're not compliant, then we could have state grants pulled from us. We could have city revenues withheld by the state. So that's my main focus, is to get into compliance by July 31st. And if you're increasing it to 15%, that's just going to decrease the feasibility of a developer saying that this is financially viable for them.
City Manager Bond.
Yeah, I just want to clarify something. Councilmember Shea, the Growth Management Hearing Board order was not based on that AMI threshold. That was not part of the order. But the point you're making about we have to make progress, right? That's what the state said, is you have to go do all these things and you have to make progress on affordable housing. So I think the policy issue you're raising is valid. I just wanted to make sure the record was clear that specific item was not part of the order. But I do share your concern. Thank you.
Councilor Anderall.
Yeah, thanks. So is there a way, if we increased it to 15% in TC 8, that a developer can kind of split the baby and say, I only really want to build 10% and I will buy the other 5% away?
The fee in lieu can be structured that way, for sure.
Okay, and is that true even in the 10%? Like, I only want to build 5% and
Yeah.
I'll pay you half the fee in lieu and I'll build half of the mandated units. So it's not an all or nothing.
Correct.
Correct. Yeah, the way we're planning to draft this amendment would allow the developer to choose. They could use fee in lieu for the full requirement or any portion of it. That would be up to them to determine.
Thank you. I don't know that it affects how I feel about the 15%, but I did want to know that.
Okay. City Manager Bond, is that an old hand?
Old hand.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Andrew, you want to call the roll, please?
Yes. Give me 1 second. Deputy Mayor Becker.
Nay.
Mayor Rosenbaum.
No.
Councilmember Andral.
No.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Nay.
And Councilmember Shea.
Nay.
Motion fails 2 to 5.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have a motion they'd like to
I
make?
do,
Councilmember Weicker.
I direct staff to set the inclusionary zoning requirements at 10% of units to be affordable at 50% AMI when drafting code amendments to comply with the GMHB order.
Second.
It's moved by Councilmember Weicker and seconded by Councilmember Anderall. Councilmember Weicker, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think we've done a lot of work on this, and I think Councilmember Shea is spot on, and that we want to be able to show progress here eventually. And I think having this 10% will actually get some development here and help us get some affordable housing units.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, please call the roll.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Shea.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Becker.
Aye.
Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
And Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. The motion passes 7-0. Next, is there a motion to direct staff to prohibit adult entertainment and where? Actually, I'm sorry. Can you please put the recommended motion here back on the screen? I think I have an old version. I think that's old.
The version in the AB hasn't been, I don't have a newer version
Okay.
of that.
Is there a motion to direct staff to prohibit adult entertainment and warehousing in the TC 8 sub-area when drafting code amendments to comply with the GMHB order?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's moved by Councilmember Weinberg and second by Councilmember Anderall. Any comments? Okay, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Reynolds.
Sorry. I just want to make sure I heard this correctly. You were proposing a prohibition, I believe, in this amendment, which was contrary to the staff recommendation. Is that correct?
Well, we're going to need to evaluate that prohibition and look at whether we can prohibit it throughout the entire town center.
So there will be room to come back if you've determined you can't do that. We'll have a second bite of the apple to make this legal.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, I don't want to end up in court on First Amendment grounds if we can avoid that.
Neither do I. Yeah.
Councilmember
We're not
Reynolds.
amending anything tonight, so we're good. But
Councilmember Reynolds, for the record, for the purpose of this exercise that you're doing right now, the motion that you're about to vote on is perfectly fine. It's not creating any legal risk as of right now, because as of right now, nothing's being changed.
Thank you.
It's just a
Just directing
recommendation for a
staff.
study.
Councilmember Shea.
Could you just put the motion up so I can be sure I know exactly what we're voting for? Is it the direct staff to prohibit the adult entertainment and warehousing in TC 8?
correct.
When drafting code amendments? Okay, please call the roll.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Becker.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Shea.
Aye.
Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
And Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes 7-0. Lastly, is there a motion to direct staff to include policy direction in the station sub-area plan to review the requirement for average daylight plane, major site features, and major facade modulation during station sub-area plan phase number 2?
So moved.
Second.
It was moved by Councilmember Weinberg and seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Shea.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Becker.
Aye.
And Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. The motion passes 7-0. Our next item of business is AB 6911, GMA compliance legislative review process. We welcome CPD Director Judd Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. Allison's going to walk you through 3 or 4 slides to summarize this agenda bill for the council, and then we'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Jeff. All right, this will be brief. This item is related to setting the legislative review schedule for the Planning Commission. A full schedule is included in Exhibit 1 in your packet. I've summarized it here on the slide. We are planning for 7 Planning Commission meetings to complete the review of the station sub-area plan, amendments to the comprehensive plan, and amendments to the development code related to GMA compliance. The Planning Commission is scheduled to hold a public hearing on these items on June 3rd and finalize their recommendation on June 10th, which would then be presented to the City Council at the regular June 16th meeting. Yeah, as I said, this Planning Commission review would span from April 29th to June 10th. It would come back to the council then on June 16th for you to complete your review by the July 21st meeting, just in time for the final deadline for compliance of July 31st, 2026. And our recommendation is here on the screen. We're just asking the council to approve this schedule and direct the Planning Commission to begin the legislative review.
Any questions? Okay. Council, is there a motion to? Councilor Reynolds.
I just had my hand up to move to approve.
Then go for it.
I would move to approve the Planning Commission legislative review schedule in Exhibit 1 and direct staff to initiate Planning Commission review of the proposed GMA compliance amendments to the Comprehensive Plan Development Code and the new station sub-area plan.
Second.
Okay, it was moved by Councilor Reynolds and seconded by Councilor Weinberg. Councilor Reynolds, would you like to speak to your motion?
I think it's an easy one, no need.
Okay, I would like, if this does pass, I would like to thank the Planning Commission for their expeditious and thoughtful work, balancing pace and precision. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Becker.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Shea.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
And Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes 7-0. We now move to other business in the planning schedule. And we welcome City Manager Jesse Bond.
Council, just one reminder, we added a special meeting next week, Tuesday at 5:30 PM, and that's been added to your calendars, and that's all I have tonight.
Okay. Council, are there any upcoming council member absences to report? Okay. Councilmember reports. Deputy Mayor Becker.
Yeah, I do actually have a short report tonight. I recently attended 2 ARCH events. First, I was at the inaugural ARCH Council of Elected Officials meeting, which is a pilot effort convening elected officials from across the ARCH membership. I'm Mercer Island's delegate among the 12 East King County jurisdictions represented. The meeting included education on the ways we're already working together through ARCH, an overview of affordable housing tools available at the local level, and a discussion of housing legislation and funding from the legislative session. We also heard a success story from Kirkland Mayor Curtis, who shared the transformation of their Totem Lake neighborhood, which includes significant affordable housing.
This pilot Council of Electeds has 3 additional scheduled meetings this year and will cover more education topics, plus discussion around public policies, and finally helping to shape housing priorities for ARCH's 2027 legislative agenda. I also attended in a separate week the ARCH Investments Celebration, which highlighted the various East King County projects funded in 2025, which were the ones we approved in our February 3rd meeting. Councilmember Shea and I joined 100 or so stakeholders from around the region to hear from a variety of speakers and panels that discuss the progress and impacts of these projects. On a totally different note, I continue meeting monthly with MSWAC, the county's Solid Waste Advisory Committee. Garbage rates are proposed to increase 8.5%, with similar increases expected through at least 2032. Not surprisingly, many cities have expressed concerns about this. It's notable that even with these increases, they are not able to put any money towards an emergency reserve fund because that would require even larger increases, and they've made the decision to limit further increases rather than building up the reserve. And that's what I have.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Weicker.
Yes, in addition to the many cool events we have going on, I want to shout out to Alana de Regatas on the Energy Smart East Side. We have a meeting at this Community and Event Center on Thursday at 5:30 to 6:30 to learn all about heat pumps. I love heat pumps. So shout out to Alana for good work in collaboration with our pals on the East Side.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Yeah, so on April 10th, I attended the monthly meeting of the East Side Transportation Partnership. Sound Transit gave us a tally from the March 28th opening day from the Cross Lake connection. And the light rail lines clocked 205,000 passenger trips that day, which so far the only other day that Sound Transit has exceeded that volume was on Seahawks Super Bowl Victory Day with 220,000. I have personally commuted to work downtown 14 times now on the light rail since it opened. It's convenient, it's fast, it's spacious, and it's fun. A subcommittee of the East Side Transportation Partnership has also drafted up a letter of support for Sound Transit prioritizing the 4-line project connecting Issaquah to Kirkland through downtown Bellevue. We'll be including that letter in the May 4th or the next May council agenda meeting so that Mercer Island City Council can consider endorsing it. My next open lunch is going to be brunch is going to be at 10 a.m. on Saturday, May 16th at Crawl Space. The address is 3041 78th Avenue Southeast. As always, all are welcome. It's an open agenda. All I ask is that everyone show their respects to the chef by ordering some food and beverage and let me know if you're coming so I can reserve a large enough table.
Councilmember Reynolds.
A couple of quick things. One, I'm hosting a table at the Alliance for Gun Responsibility Luncheon next week on Monday. Still have a couple spots left at my tables. If anybody here or elsewhere in the community would like to join me, please let me know. Tomorrow is my deadline to submit my list of names. Second thing was, if you haven't read it already, I would encourage the council members to read an email that came in to the council box a few days ago talking about an article in The Urbanist with some ideas on how to dramatically reduce the cost of Sound Transit 3 and 4. I found it a fascinating article, and I'm not qualified to judge how realistic the ideas were, but they seemed to have a lot of promise to me. It was a very interesting read.
Okay, Councilmember Andrew.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Shea.
Yes, so I'm the alternate council liaison for the Sound Cities Association Public Issues Committee, and Councilmember Waker gave me the opportunity to attend the meeting on April 8th. So just want to also update our community and our council members about some issues happening there. So the King County Transportation District is considering a 0.1% countywide sales tax to fund unincorporated roads. The Sound Cities Association neither opposes nor supports this new tax. If the tax passes, SCA thinks that it will best support the region with a 25% pass-through to cities and city involvement in decision-making. So 7 of 9 King County Transportation District board members voted in favor of at least some city pass-through, including our representative, Claudia Balducci, representing District 6. And KCTD is likely to vote on an updated proposal in May. The other issue that Councilmember Waker mentioned at the last meeting was the wastewater treatment division is proposing a 12.75% monthly sewer rate increase. And that's forecasted to continue rising by double-digit percentages through 2032, and even resulting in monthly sewer rate doubling by 2032 and tripling by 2042. So SCA members have consistently expressed concern about this compounding impact of those sharp increases across utilities for ratepayer affordability. And the SCA is working on a rate response letter. And in this first draft, we made the language, a bit more incendiary, going from concern to being alarmed at this higher increase. So that's more about that coming up at the next meeting for SCA PIC Public Issues Committee. And I also attended the SCA Regional Transit Committee meeting this morning, and the talk was all about FIFA. So yes, it is a chance for our cities and our regions to showcase our cities to the entire world on a global level, but at the same time, it comes with complexities as far as regional mobility and just people trying to get to work. So they recommend, if you're going to go to a game, don't drive there. There's very, very limited parking, so take the public transit. And I just want to give you the local match dates. So if you are planning to go, plan ahead, and if you don't watch these games, just stay at home. So it's June 15th. June 19th is a US versus Australia game. June 24th, June 26th, July 1st, and July 6th. So on FIFA.com, you'll see the full match schedule. Yeah, so that should be an interesting time for our region, along with all of our 4th of July celebrations. I'm also the liaison to our Arts Council, and the staff made a presentation on the Standing Strong Veterans Pergola at the Mercer Park, and the Arts Council voted to recommend staff include the pergola improvements in the 27-28 biennial operating budget, which means repainting costs, procurement, and installation of the U.S. Space Force plaque. So next thing, my next community gathering will be about the arts. So Ann Ritze from MyVol, Jonathan Harrington from the Arts Council, and I are gathering together arts leaders and arts advocates in our community on Wednesday, April 29th at 6 p.m. at The Rock. If you'd like to join, please contact me or Ann or Jonathan. And I'm also doing a Ride the Light Rail with me. So we're meeting on Thursday, May 7th at the light rail station on 80th. So meeting at 11:15, we're going to take the light rail to Pike Place Market. And then when we come back, we're going to tour our town center and support our local businesses. If you'd like to join, please RSVP julie.shea@mercerisland.gov. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The City Council will now go into executive session for approximately 45 minutes to consider the selection of a site or the acquisition of real estate by lease or purchase, when public knowledge regarding such consideration would cause a likelihood of increased price pursuant to RCW 4230-110-1B. The City Council will be in recess from 8:22 until 8:27 p.m. The city will convene the executive session at 8:27 until 9:15 p.m. Okay.
Actually, it's 9:12.
Good evening. Thank you for your patience. City Council will continue in executive session for an additional 5 minutes until 9:31 PM. Or no, my apologies, until 9:21 PM. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for your patience. A correction to the executive session extension. City Council will continue in executive session for an additional 10 minutes until 9:26 PM. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Would you like them scanned and then sent to you so you can send them off? How would you prefer
Yeah, that's fine. The city council was in executive session from 8:31 until 9:26. The next regularly scheduled hybrid city council meeting will be on Tuesday, May 5th, beginning at 5 p.m. The time is now 9:26 p.m. As a reminder to the council, please stay seated until the city staff has terminated the broadcast. Good evening, and thank you for joining us.